tickle the iron.
A ding, a dong, a ding dong ding.
Slow jam.
The ding ding, the ding ding, the ding ding.
Come on, Jimmy Jr. Let's get back to work.
No, Dad, I'm gonna dance with Tracy.
Tina.
Voodoo works.
Am I doing this right? What, do I look sexy? My pants aren't falling down, are they? When I dance, sometimes my pants fall down.
The ding ding, the ding ding, the ding ding.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 486. Come on, baby. I love my fire. All right. Communion. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. George, thanks for accepting the invitation. Grant, hey. All right, everybody, engage. Many fireplace. A ding and a dong and a ding dong dong ding. Not too much. Just chilling like a villain. About to engage in a little communal activity. We are robot. Hey, no, you didn't miss communion. You didn't. Torment, indeed. What torment this is to watch this show. You're all in eternal torment because you're trapped here. Hey, Krista. John Doe. Hello. Dang it. It was an alright day. A goo. And a goo. Ga. Goo. And a ga. And a goo. Ga. Alright, baby. Kim McLean. Dang it. I don't do it on purpose. Somebody just made a comment on yesterday, or on my shower show after it was over. They're like, I don't really watch your show anymore because, you forget about all your old friends. Like, really? I just ignored it. I don't know how to respond. I get cranky about it. It's like, what do you really want from me? What do you want from me? I do my best. You dang the dang thing. Good. I gotta dang it. 4 hours a day isn't enough? What more do you want from me? Hey, Barbie. I'll give you a hug, Grant. I got lots of hugs for you. Just don't be mad at me. That's what upsets me. I just hate it when people are mad at me. You're supposed to love me. You're supposed to love it. I demand it. That's yesterday's word of the day, is torment. All right. Now I got a dang the dang show. Nice, Krista, nice. Hey, Toady and Kim, sitting in the echo chamber. Yay. Rarely drink. I love you too, Kim McLean. Thank you. Let's see. I showered today. Yay. I fed my kids. Yay. I read my kids a bedtime story. That's something, right? Kelsey, I love you too. Grant wants a shout out. I think that can be arranged. Let's see. We got a dang the dang show. Did you dang the show, Grant? Did you dang it? All right. All right, we'll share it to my personal timeline. And live streams the page. And first mate fluff bucket. Dang it, and double dog, dang it. And then one group, let's see, we'll go to Facebook viral videos. All right. And then we'll try mirroring it again. See how that works. Go to page app. Thank you, Patricia. Hello. It was a gift from Alex Standing Bear. Dang it, and double dog, dang it. Vincent Marcasino, hello. Let's see. One more group here, let's see. Facebook Live video streaming. All right. Now we say, engage, echo chamber. Engage, echo chamber. Engage, echo chamber. Dang it, the heck. Alright, engage, echo chamber. Engage, echo chamber. Dang it to heck. Come on. It's frozen. It's frozen. Dang it to heck. My new phone comes tomorrow, so it's not working, Kelsey. It's not working. A Lutz? It's replacing my old phone. I had insurance on it. It's iPhone 7 Plus. I think. Is there 7S? I don't know anymore. What's a Lutz? Alright, engage. Echo chamber. Alright. Oh, you're not late, Carl. You're just fine. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna have to do the echo chamber. Jury rig it. Dang it! All right. Now. Engage! Echo chamber! Engage! Echo chamber! All right. Engage! Echo chamber! Mitch Moan, Renee, hey, how is everyone? Let's see, time for a little communion. God dang it. Thanks, Carwood. God dang it. What else we got? Let's see. Most everything's already set up here. Oh, there's a Barbie down. When did she fall? It's yesterday's word of the day. We gotta change it. You have to peeve? Pet peeve? Have a pee petting? What? Mushroom night tomorrow. Oh, fun, fun, fun. Jealous. I haven't tripped forever. I'm jealous. Alright, alright. Come on down, Kelsey. I'll commune with you. Well, thank you. I totally. Besides, you know, I'm a little afraid of radiation now. But I'm not, you know, a toddler or anything. So, you know, like, toddler, I think it's cesium you really have to worry about. That, and, you know, when you're a kid, your bones take up cesium, so it's especially dangerous for kids. Hey, Tina. But otherwise, Japan. I've always wanted to go to Japan. For sure. Dang it to heck. Welcome back. Home. Alright, Kelsey's coming down. Alright, communion. Free social experiment classes, exactly. That's my address. I know that place. Communion. Thank you, Lisa. That's quite a compliment. Authenticity. Mostly real. Which is a tad amount of implausible deniability. Implausible, you know, I leave open the possibility that this is all just one big lie. Just so I can be like, no, that part's just a show. That part's just a show. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors, that's what this show is. Nothing but smoke and mirrors. Hey, communion. Hey, Cammy. Thank you. Grant's running. Tachi says, they love me. Yay, you love me. Hooray. All right, communion. Hey, communion. Hey, Cammy. Bagari sweat? Is that like a cologne? Was that the real Casey's Bubbles? Thank you, Carlwood. I love you too. I think it's about time for a record. We should listen to a record. Brendo Garza. Perfect. Brenda Garza, welcome. Brenda Brenda, welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. 5 Mouth Daily, pill number 486. People often wonder what the show is about. And right now, Brenda Garza, the show is about you. Dang it to heck, welcome. No, people, like I said, people often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 486 pills, 486 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she now hell. I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Thank you, Krista. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show. Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. Oh, it's not scripted, set. How dare you? How dare you? Setcon. Con! A quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, and a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with the leader of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for our high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas, getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working in the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada. It's a once-a-day pill, and you take it. If you're HIV negative, and think of it as a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback All day long. All day long. And never catch HIV from me. You literally, all day long. I have that much stamina. I'm a stallion. All day long. Yeah, it's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. All right, all right. All day long. The brave new world. The future is now. Communion. 1969. Free love. All right, all right. Also, fuck condoms. Thank you, Tachi. No, I said that first, and then I wrote it. I don't know. People kept asking me, "What is this show? What is this? What is this?" And so I kept adding. You know, I think about it and realize more of what goes into making the show. And I don't know. Eventually, I realized I was saying the same thing, so I wrote it down, and in the process of writing it down, it expanded. It's another ingredient of the show. Besides unfathomable fathoms of fear and self-loathing in Wisconsin. It's also the Hotel California. The Roach Motel. You can check in, but you can't check out. You're all captured here in my web of photons and glass. It's the Overlook Hotel. And you're all the caretaker. It doesn't stop syphilis. That's why you get tested every 3 months and, I don't know, get treated. Everything else is either eminently treatable or completely curable. Dang it, double dog, dang it. Just HIV. Just HIV. You can invite them or share it to their timeline. You could send a copy of the link in Messenger, and I think you could tag them. It's a page. It's public, yeah. Hello there, Kelly Unwin Denton. I'm doing all right. Let's listen to a record now. I don't know. There's so much stigma attached to sexually transmitted disease. It's like this rarefied form of illness that is like so much worse than other kinds of, people get flu and people get colds, people get all kinds of diseases. That doesn't mean they shouldn't shake hands or visit relatives or go to school or go to, sexually transmitted diseases are like any other illness. Like HIV is, for a long time was different in that it killed you. But for the most part, it's like most other diseases. You get sick and then you recover and you move on with your life. But I think the fear of death especially instilled a deeper stigma of, you were, not only you were just dumb too. You were completely reckless if you were having unprotected sex because, whatever. Anyway, I think yeah, the stigma around sexually transmitted disease. Yeah, I think, I agree, Richard Johnson. I think we should replace handshakes with oral sex. Because handshake is low reward, high risk. I agree, Richard Johnson. I don't know. I think you might as well get a high reward. I think we should, for sealing business deals and greeting people for the first time. I think oral sex it would be. And what? Yeah, I got sick. I knew something was wrong. Just getting different illnesses. No, I think there's ways to be responsible and mitigate risks for sexually transmitted disease, and yeah, there's ways to be responsible and mitigate risks for sexually transmitted disease. Well, it's humming along to the tune. I like it. No one looks at you like you have a poor moral character if you get other kinds of sickness, but if you catch the illness with your dick or your pussy, then or your butt, then it's just this terrible thing that you should be ashamed of. Yeah, I got so I last tested negative for HIV in January of 2015, and I tested positive for HIV in August of 2015. And in between when I last tested negative and tested positive, I got the intestinal parasite Giardia lamblia, or I got Giardiasis. It's like ISIS of the gut. And then I had angular cheilitis, which is like yeast in the corners of my lips. And I got sores in my mouth, like hand, foot, and mouth disease. All within that short period of time. And when I got the hand, foot, and mouth disease, it was like I caught that from my kid, and then like the yeast in my mouth. I was like, this is just weird. Like, adults can get hand, foot, and mouth disease, but it's mostly, toddlers that get it. And so that's what prompted me to, and I get like, if there's a breeze that blows too hard on me, I catch something. Dang it. Yeah. There's different parts of your immune system, and HIV affects lots of different parts of your body. Besides the immune cells that really end up, the CD4 cells, they're a type of T cell. That one is the one that, if it attacks those long enough, you get AIDS, right? And that can take years sometimes. But there's a whole other class of immune cells and all other types of cells that the virus invades. And so it has a lot of different effects beyond just causing AIDS. Some people are completely asymptomatic with HIV. Yeah, it's not some people won't even know. Hey, Joy, and hey, Lucy. Well, thank you, Joy. Time for that record, maybe. No, fuck condoms. I said you weren't listening earlier, Krista. PrEP, pre-exposure protocol, will prevent HIV. Condoms suck. They really do. And for most things, they're not even that effective. Pre-exposure protocol will prevent PrEP is like a chemical condom, a pill you take. Condoms suck. They really do. Fuck condoms. That's a tagline for the show. Oh, I enjoyed having you, Louise. That was the highlight of my day, I think. Sometimes I do a double live. If you catch the right nighttime show, I do a show where I'll start doing it again more once I have my phone again tomorrow. It's limited my ability to having my phone broken. Ah, that'd be fun, Lisa. I'd take lessons. I take some belly dancing lessons. Limited my ability to. Carl, that is When I Grow Too Old to Dream by Rose Murphy. This is I Can't Give You Anything But Love. That includes HIV. All right. I worry about my belly too. Oh, I try to love it though. Even when it hangs over. There's the other wood. Hey, Benwood. The kids thought that you were Carl. Carl was you the other day, Ben. They're like, "Is that Benwood?" The kids thought that you were Carl. Carl was you the other day, Ben. They're like, "Is that Benwood?" This woman just accused me of. Says she doesn't watch the show anymore because I forget my old friends. I don't forget you, Benwood. Dang it, the heck. Oh. All wood stands tall for me, Carl. All wood stands tall for me. Oh. All wood. Yes. It points true north. All wood stands tall for me, Carl. All wood stands tall for me. Oh, can't forget Ben Wood. He gave me my first swag ever. Sent me a first piece of swag. The kids love him. Oh, what is the word of the day? Can't forget Ben Wood. He gave me my first swag ever. Sent me a first piece of swag. All right. New word of the day is. Oh, what is the word of the day? Enough of the torment, right? It's All right. It's not requisite, of course. It's not requisite, Grant, but it's always welcome. Where? This is boring. Words of the day have been boring lately. Boring or dark? Much. It's not requisite. Where? Not requisite. It's always welcome. Yes. Where? We love each other. Where? It's boring. Words of the day have been boring lately. We love you. We love you. Boring or dark? We love each other. Much. How much wood would a Carl would if a Carl would could would bend? Dover, like the fields of clover. We love each other. How much wood would Carl would if Carl would could would bend? But I could see it on a show. I have anything, Ray. Sweet. Yeah, I think especially like things that like like you want to memorialize, like memorialize. I can't say it. But I could see it on a show. I have anything, Ray. Yeah, I think especially like things that like like you want to memorialize. Memorialize. Oh, don't pop the bubble, Ben. Don't pop the bubble. They're like, this is, some people are convinced if I eat sugar, it does it. I think it has more to do with the thoughts that run through my head. Oh, don't pop the bubble, Ben. Don't pop the bubble. They're like, some people are convinced if I eat sugar. Shaggy, like, it has more to do with the thoughts. Scooby Doo? Where is the word of the day? So much wood. There's another wood too I noticed the other day. A third wood. Shaggy, like, third leg in the wood stool. Where is the word of the day? So much wood. There's another wood too I noticed the other day. A third wood. Third leg in the wood stool. We're getting close to 10,000 followers. It's kind of, well, we kind of plateaued, it seemed like, though. I don't know, we saturated the groups or something. But, we're getting close to 10,000 followers. We had a surge right at the beginning of the year, like, I think maybe, a big part of it, I really do think it's Facebook. They're fighting the Facebook Russian trolls, and I'm a page, I'm not a person, and so I think I don't have the reach that I had before. The Facebook Russian trolls, I'm a page, I'm not a person. And so I think I don't have the reach that I had before. How do you mean, Vincent? That's awesome, Carl Wood. It's amazing how fast the pills flow. That's awesome, Carl Wood. Amazing how fast the pills. I love it when people run into each other here. I learned about you from Facebook. I can read the rest. I love it when people run into each other here. I learned about you from Facebook. I don't understand. Like the number doesn't go down. like the number doesn't go down. Well, I mean, it does a little bit sometimes, but I think that's it always a net gain though. It's slowed down to about 50 likes a week. I mean, it does but at the peak, like at the beginning of the year, I was getting 1,000. I was getting 1,000 a week. It's slowed down to about 50 likes a week. And I think the ones I lose probably just socks and stuff that. Like at the beginning of the year, I was getting 1,000. Yeah, I was getting 1,000 a week. Get deleted. And I think the ones I lose probably just socks and stuff that. Like at the beginning of the year, I was getting 1,000 a week. Get deleted. Yeah, the sharing is really what, and I think, I don't know. I might start giving one painting away a week, regardless of how many likes or how many viewers I have, and just to qualify to get into the drawing for a painting, to share the show, like 5 nights that week or something. Allow people to miss a couple nights or something, but and just to qualify to get into the drawing for a painting, to share the show, and that way, like instead of like focus on consistency rather than like big flash in the pan numbers. And that way, like instead of like focus on consistency. Yeah, but I kept getting dinged now. Now other people have been helping to share the show a lot more lately, so that's not really hasn't even been necessary. I kept getting dinged now. It's I think it's the bandwidth. Now other people have been helping to share the show a lot more lately, so that's not really hasn't even been necessary. I did promise you one, didn't I, Ben Wood? All right, I'll get you one. The bandwidth. I did promise you one, didn't I, Ben Wood? All right, I'll get you one. Let's play another record. Good morning, Becky James. Let's play another record. Fancy seeing you here. dancing, Lyle. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. It's lovely. Moon dance. What kind of work do you do, if I may ask, Louise? What kind of work do you do, if I may ask, Louise? Hugs to you. Tough, that's tough. When I was in nursing school, my preceptorship was in the OR, and I followed like what do they call it? I don't know, the rotating nurse or whatever, like the nurse that could go in and out of the clean area, bring supplies. And this dude, this guy was like bumbling idiot, honestly. It was like he's there to teach me, and he starts running the antibiotic when it was just saline. He hadn't mixed the powder of the antibiotic. I'm like, aren't you supposed to? And they're like, oh yeah. And it's like, anyway, my point is, for telling this is the surgical tech, like, had to know the surgery. I bet you the surgical tech could have done the surgery. Like, had to have whatever instrument the doctor wanted before the doctor knew what the doctor needed. And if it wasn't there, I'm sure the doctor would be pissed, right? And whatever. It just seemed like a really unfair arrangement. But it's cool work, though. Cool work. Who's going to bed? Hey, Dutch. Good night, Tina. I think Cath Lab, that's good money, I think. Good night, Tina. Cath Lab, that's good money, I think. Good night, Tina. I'm with Grant too. I never, outside of nursing school, I didn't do any medical nursing. My first job was child and adolescent psych, and I did that for a year, and then I did like 12 years in adult psych. And I wasn't so much queasy. I'm not queasy, really. I find the surgeries and bodies and everything interesting, but I am really intimidated by the thought of accidentally killing someone. And I just know that I would fuck up somehow, and I would kill someone, and I would just like feel miserable. Killing someone. And even in psych nursing, like my worst nightmare was opening a patient's door and finding them suicided. Even in psych nursing, like my worst nightmare was opening the patient's door. Oh, I didn't say you were a nurse, but there was a surgical nurse here too. Somebody. No, I think. Oh, I didn't say you were a nurse, but there's another. I think you're more skilled than the nurses that I worked with in the OR. No. Dang it, Melissa D. Davis. Hey, Cheryl Hicks. The nurses that I worked with in the OR. Dang it, Melissa D. Davis. Hey, Cheryl Hicks. Good. Yeah. I don't know. I just wouldn't want to be responsible for somebody's death. And it's, I think I admire people that do take on that. Yeah, Kelly, there we go. Kelly Unwin knew somebody. I think I admire people that. That was just my hospital. I'm not trying to piss on all OR nurses, Kelly. That one dude was a really bad example. There are scrub nurses too that do exactly the job that Louise does. My hospital. at my hospital they didn't have scrub nurses. They just had circulating nurses. That's what it is.
There are nurses there are scrub nurses too that do what exactly the job that we
Just don't crack up at this. It sounds like nervous laughter, maybe. That was funny.
circulating.
I didn't give too many shots. No, I'd never heard anybody laugh at him though.
Stuff. Crack up at this. Sounds like nervous laughter, maybe. That was funny. I didn't give too many shots.
The shots I'd either give flu shots sometimes, or well, what medication was that? There was one I give for before people would have
They
ECTs.
give flu shots sometimes. Or,
Just would dry out their mouth.
what medication was that? There's one you give for
Just smoked a bowl with them.
dry out the mouth.
So do we, or a cup of tea? How sad. Torture. I should have come up with like,
Cup of tea, how sad.
I don't know, external catheter devices for surgeons and surgical scrub people.
You should have come up with like external catheter devices. Surgeons, scrub people.
I wouldn't feel entirely responsible either, but I just feel partially responsible, and like, just that while they were in my care, like, I don't know, I would have.
I wouldn't feel entirely responsible either, but I just feel partially responsible.
You know, like, anytime I ever cut a corner, right? You know, like, sometimes it gets busy and, you know, you're on person's on a 15-minute check. What if I went, you know, or I missed a 15-minute check and went a half an hour? What if they would have died? You know, like, I was just like,
Cut a corner, right?
it's like, or, you know, you're not sure, or like,
Person's on a 15-minute check.
you know, like,
What if I went,
just missing something medical too, like,
half an hour?
something obvious, I don't know.
Like, I was just like,
The thing is, like,
it's like,
when something happens, it just
not
gets
sure,
swept under the rug.
you know, like, just missing something medical too. Like, the thing is, like, when something happens, it just gets swept under the rug.
It should be fun. And I didn't do too many catheters. Did a few though. Morgue, huh? Interesting. Good. Count those swabs.
Good. Count those swabs.
I worked on an inpatient psychiatric unit. Night shift for the first 7 years, 7 to 8 years, and then the last 5 years
Patient psychiatric unit.
I did
Night shift.
day shift. I was on the weekender program for the last 5 years, so
7 years.
I worked 7 a.m.
8 years in
to 7:30 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, so 12-hour shifts every Saturday and Sunday, so 24 hours every weekend.
the weekend program for the last
But
5 years. I was
because it was every weekend,
7
I got paid premium. I got paid for 40 hours, even though I only worked 24.
So 12-hour shifts every Saturday and Sunday. Every weekend. But because it was every weekend, I got paid premium. I got paid for 40 hours, even though I only worked 24.
And so it was an acute inpatient psychiatric unit. It was, we weren't set up for aggressive people, so like violent people, people with aggressive histories.
We weren't.
They would go someplace else. But people that were depressed, people that were psychotic.
Also, like violent people.
For some people, there's single payer healthcare systems.
People with aggression.
The VA, is one. Medicare for elderly people, Social Security, Medicare for disabled people. But for the average American, no, there is no universal health care.
Medicare for elderly people.
Most people get health care through their employers, but now there's like exchange programs too, like people can get individual insurance programs through like a free market exchange.
But now there's like exchange programs too, like people can get individual insurance programs through free market exchange.
Even in the time that I worked, in the 13 years that I worked it's 12 years as a psych nurse, moved farther and farther away from any sort of restraints, chemical or otherwise.
Even in the time that I worked, in the 13 years that I worked as 12 years as a psych nurse.
Yeah, we have a place here too. It's called Mendota. It's another
Farther
psychiatric
away
facility.
from sort of restraints, chemical or otherwise.
Yeah, I definitely believe in universal health care. Healthcare shouldn't have a profit motive in it. It's not a money maker. Everybody's going to get sick, and I don't know. I just think
I definitely believe in universal healthcare. Healthcare shouldn't have a profit motive in it.
I think any profit that people make, while other people are dying, is just blood money.
I don't know. I just think. I think any profit that people make,
I hear you, Grant. Like there's
are dying, blood money.
like there's the stigma of mental illness. Like healthcare professionals are not immune to
I hear you. Like there's
that stigma, and they, like I especially saw, people with
stigma of mental
drug addiction for sure, substance use, very judged, like thought of as criminals, like their pain, like any pain issues, they're always they're drug seeking, like
people with
I was just like, who cares if they're drug seeking, like you read about these people's stories, it's like
very judged,
usually pretty miserable. It's like
thought of as criminals.
whatever, just give them what they need for. I don't know. To me, just like a therapy, like a non-judgmental approach, and like it's much more beneficial to establish a therapeutic bond with someone. But even beyond that, like I think there's a tendency, and I saw this too when I worked as a CNA with elderly people, like with people with mental illness, people with like developmental issues, people with mental illness. They're all infantilized. They're treated like children. Even children, I don't treat like children. Like people just want to be treated like I don't know, with respect, with dignity. Like they have a choice in in what happens to them.
People just want to be treated like I don't know, like.
If there's a little kid, I call a little kid sir, or
They have
I don't know, ma'am.
choice in what happens to them.
I don't know. I treat everybody with respect.
If there's a little kid, I call a little kid sir.
What's that, Bud Lover? Disease, not addiction.
Ma'am.
I think I don't even like the word addiction. I prefer the word dependence to addiction. And I think there's different types. There's physical dependence and psychological dependence. And
I think, I don't even like the word addiction. I prefer the word dependence to
and
addiction.
you can become psychologically dependent on all sorts of
There's
things.
physical dependence and psychological dependence.
That's cool, Jory. That's cool. It's hard work. It's hard work. We don't invest a lot in our elderly people.
You become psychologically dependent on all sorts of things. That's cool, Jory. It's hard work. It's hard work. We don't invest a lot in our elderly people.
Thank you, Kelly. Wow. I don't know. I think, regardless what you call substance use, I think the criminalizing it and stigmatizing it is far more harmful to society than
I think
the actual substance use will ever be.
regardless what you call substance use, I think criminalizing it and stigmatizing it is far more harmful to society than the actual substance use will ever be.
Yeah, they just, people just ignore elderly people. Like, they just get put away in nursing homes and never to be seen again. It's really sad.
People just ignore it. Elderly people, like, they just get put away in nursing homes and never be seen again. It's really sad.
That's a pretty funny movie, Step Brothers. Whose lives are we talking about? Lover. Good to see you, though, sir.
That's pretty funny movies. Whose lives are we talking about? Blood Lover. Good to see you, sir.
And the people charged with taking care of them are way overworked, and the elderly people are neglected, and so they become demanding, right? Like, it's like a pressure cooker.
And the people in charge.
And even, I think, I like to think of myself as a pretty patient person. There were times when I was, like, really frustrated at work, where, like, this woman was really obnoxious and, barking orders at me. I was like, I put on a happy face when I saw her, but I'm, like, in the bathroom, I'm, like, wringing out the washcloth, like, hi. Yeah. What, is there anything else I can do for you before I go? And yet another thing? Okay.
I put on a happy face when I saw her, but I'm, like, in the bathroom, I'm, like, wringing out the washcloth.
And I can imagine people less tolerant than me wanting to murder her.
Yet another thing? Okay.
It's a big jump for sure. Hey, Greg Hurst.
I can imagine people less tolerant than me.
Scotland would be a fun place to visit.
Big jump for sure. Hey, Greg Hurst. That was a really fun place to visit.
Oh yeah, it's like I think in cases like that with it's these people they're really pissed off about their situation. They're in a nursing home, powerless.
Oh yeah, it's like
Bodies have given like,
in cases like
and
that,
then
but, it's
and they're like surrounded by people like that are doing everything they can to ignore them,
They're in a nursing home.
and it's a way to just like it's a way to piss on another person, just show dominance.
And,
Like, you can't treat me badly anymore.
surrounded by people like that are doing everything they can to ignore them. And it's a way to just like it's a way to piss on another person, just show dominance. You can't treat me badly anymore. Surrounded by people like that are doing everything they can to ignore them.
Oh, I'm about to appeal. I'm about to appeal my decision, Jimmy. I'm hoping the appeal goes through. I'm nervous though.
I'm about to appeal my decision, Jimmy.
Yeah, I used to be terrified of death, Eddie. Like growing up as a kid, and then working in nursing homes. I was like, oh, okay. So there are worse things than dying.
Yeah, I used to be terrified of death, Eddie. Like growing up as a kid, and then working in nursing homes is like, oh, okay. So there are worse things than dying. I used to be terrified of death, Eddie. Working in nursing homes is like, oh, okay. There are worse things than dying.
Sorry, Cheryl. I watched my parents die too. I'm not seeing the like 17. Sometimes being sad's okay. Sometimes being sad's okay. I have a singing voice. I could do some singing, maybe.
I have a singing voice.
The reverse psychology, Forrest. Well, tell me that, Laura, after you've emptied six garbage bags full of 40-gallon garbage bags full of adult diapers, and God knows how much linen
Well, tell me that, Laura,
in one
after
night.
you emptied six garbage bags full of 40-gallon garbage bags full of adult diapers, and God knows how much linen.
She doesn't seem to mind.
Tell me that, Laura, one night. Emptied six garbage bags full of 40-gallon garbage bags full of adult diapers. And God knows how much linen. She doesn't seem to mind.
It's true, Forrest. The first danger with got his own chicken to choke.
It's true, Forrest. The first danger with got his own chicken to choke.
Only in the psych unit, Eddie. Oh yeah, see that's like when you work in a nursing home, you have to like spend your time ignoring them.
Only in the psych unit, Eddie.
You get paid to neglect people. Like no matter how hard you work, you get to leave work feeling like you're neglected.
In the nursing home, you have to like spend your time ignoring them.
Any time you give to one person, you're robbing it from someone else.
No matter how hard you
And when you have 3 call lights on at once, what do? I don't know. You only can answer one at a time.
any time you give to one person, you're robbing it from someone else. And when you have 3 call lights,
Yeah, home care is nicer. One patient at a time. You can really focus on somebody. That's better. Psych nursing wasn't so bad either. Like, I have 3 or 4 patients.
one patient at a time, you can really
You know, I
focus on
could
somebody.
over 8 hours. You know, that's enough time you could really devote.
It wasn't so bad either. Like, I have 3 or 4 patients.
You could really give a substantial amount of time to each person. And plus, with it's psych nursing, you're just talking to them, which
Enough
is
time you can really devote.
that's what you're there to do.
Really give a substantial amount of time to each person. And plus, with psych nursing, you're just talking to them. That's what you're there to do.
That's cool, Grant. That's cool. Must have had a great flow of force. Ranger of the force. There's 2 women that got charged with. You know, they were laughing as this World War II veteran was dying, saying he couldn't breathe. I had it on camera.
There's 2 women that got charged with
Yeah, well, and like
laughing as one.
the facility is staffed to like what the like in my state, what the state of Wisconsin requires. You know, like they mandate patient to staff ratios, and what the state mandates is far from adequate.
After like what the like in my state, what the state of Wisconsin requires, they mandate patient to staff ratios, and what the state mandates is far from.
Oh, you did ask earlier. You've been here this whole time, Grant. Yeah, I'll totally do it.
Oh, you did ask earlier. You've been here this whole time, Grant.
Grant Ritchie, I love you.
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 I love you.
Good night, Grant. Communion. Strike a pose. Thank you. Grant, that looks yummy. Oh. Another time. Donna Maddox Januski says, have I been with one of my patients, like sexually? No. Ahmad, you're drunk. Oh, I don't know if you're drunk or not. I love you too. They effectively. Hey, Becky. I know you are, but what am I? You're rubber and I'm glue. Or was I one? I don't know what that last part means, Donna. Do you mean when I was a patient, did I have sex with one of my nurses? No. Neverland, the land of not myself. You too, Rebecca. Harry and the Hendersons. I love that movie. M&M's a pickle. A pickle flavored M&M. Pickle flavored M&M. Sounds gross. Pickle flavored chocolate. Louise is a carrot. Full of beta carotene. That's pretty awesome, Cheryl. I find alcohol pretty destructive. I don't know. I come from a long line of alcoholics, and I was never a drinker myself. And then Mary, my wife, ended up becoming a pretty severe alcoholic. Oh, it's rough stuff. I come from a long line of alcoholics. 32 years is awesome. What's popping? I don't know. I don't know. In twerk boot camp, I learned I'm always supposed to be popping my pussy. You want to bring in them dollars? Donna, why do you troll me? I think I probably, could find a job. I think that's probably possible. It's just going there is the difficulty. I don't know. Could find a job. I think that's probably possible. It's just going there. Sometimes it's hard to get out of bed. Even. I don't know. It seems like it just really comes from a judgmental place. You're always giving me a hard time. I would really like a fan sign from you, Donna. A picture of you with next to Jason is a social scientist. Holding a handwritten sign. Thank you, Vivalva. Yeah, especially that's my go-to. Depression makes me tired for sure. Conflict makes me tired. It is, White King, it is. Well, Donna's the only one I've ever asked one for. I'm so suspicious of her. I'm just, I don't know, like, she doesn't have to do it. But yes, you can make a fan sign, Becky. Like, I'm gonna be more direct to of course. I'm so suspicious of her. I don't know, like, she doesn't have to do it. But yes, you can make a fan sign, Becky. Like, I'm gonna be more direct to Good morning to you, White King. Good morning. I'm excited. Love you too, Kelly. It's awesome to see you tonight. Ah, Montenegro. How are you, my friend? Welcome, welcome. God, I'm gonna be wrong. From the Philippines, right? How are you, sir? My memory's like Swiss cheese, but I want to say the Philippines is where you're from. I've taken 500 of these, almost 500 of these pills. That seems like a lot. Did I beam you in before you're in Montenegro? For Turfity? Oh my goodness. Let's see. Anything on this shelf here is Treefity. Turfity. I don't know what that is. I love you, man. Good to see you. Of course I remember you. See? People say I forget people. I probably do. I can't, or like, I think what happens is people come in and I don't see them and they think I'm ignoring them. Just like, Yeah, I'm so sensitive. See, thank you. I do my best. Hey, Mallory Jones. One less what? I gotta hook this up to a computer, this keyboard, because it's got a USB port. Let's see what happens when I hook it up to a computer. Maybe download this or something. Upload. I'm clean as a whistle. And dang it, the heck versions. Where is the word of the day? Oh, nothing terribly exciting. Oh my goodness. Chicken dance. I don't wanna be a chicken. I don't wanna be a duck, so I shake my butt. I don't want to be a chicken. I don't want to be a duck, so I shake my butt. All right, into the tablet we go. Thank you. I definitely, to set up the show, I do it on the big screen. You can do AirPlay. That's the best way to view the show. I recommend. Ow! I read about my surprise. I'm like, okay. There was an antique store. I'll save it. I totally will. I'm excited. There was an antique store in Deadwood or just outside. It was the town next to Deadwood, South Dakota, and it was for sale. It was really nice. It was really nice. I was like, I'd buy this building just for the inventory. I love antique stores. Oh, squish it and squish it. Squish it, squish it. Wait, this donut's even smaller. You know the peony and veg are of communion? Sometimes they go together. Sometimes two badges go together too. Or two peonies. Dang it to heck. Sometimes 3 peonies and a badge. Who knows? What are we talking about again? Who are we pointing to? There's a movie, I think. 3 peonies and a badge. Hallmark movie. Lifetime, something I can't remember. His heads. His head. Actually, that antique store in Deadwood, where I got this President Kennedy. He broke again. Let's fix him. Up here? Oh, I don't know. I really do like the mini fireplace quite a bit. I don't know. Let's see. The mini bong is fun. Yeah, this is the Wisconsin State Capitol. It looks a lot like this Federal Capitol building, but never knew what was. That was a gift from someone, Teresa. And then let's see. I like the phonographs, though. This one down here is my favorite thing in the room. No elf. He's cool, though. I used to watch that with my mom. I really like these purple flowers. My friend, since committed suicide, gave me those. You know, I think one question that really is left, one big question that's really left unanswered is life rare or is it common? Is it biological life? Is like proteins, amino acids? You know, you see proteins or amino acids in comet dust. So it seems like even in the early bits of of our solar system, like the stuff that's been in deep freeze for 4.5 billion years, that has amino acids in it. So that tells me that at least in our early days in our nebula that our sun was formed, that the basic building blocks for what we call life were there. Now, how common is it for, assuming that those conditions are common, you know, in the hundreds of billions of planets that don't, you know, that are outside of our solar system, assuming that those conditions are common, you get a lot of the basic building blocks of life. And how often does that come together to make, you know, something? Does that happen just once here, or does it happen often? And if it happens often, that like cellular life develops, then the next big question is how often does that become intelligent life? You know, these are just big questions. Like we have one data set, our own solar system. And we don't even really fully have a grasp on how prevalent life is here. It seems likely. It does seem that cellular life, life developed on Earth shortly after it cooled. You know, like the earliest fossils are around 4 billion years old, right? Right when as soon as the planet wasn't molten, life seemed to develop pretty quickly. Shortly after it cooled, like the earliest fossils are around 4 billion. And so that's would lead, I don't know. I think that would tend to lead towards the conclusion that it is pretty common. Well, I don't know, and the fact that the building blocks of organic life, amino acids, are found in space dust.
Building blocks.
You know, also makes me think, well, did life even start here? Could have started. Oh, and then there's that oblong interstellar object, the first interstellar object we tracked that came not from our solar system at all. So now we see theoretically that, you know, stuff does travel even between stars. And these long time scales that we have, life could have, you know, asteroids could be like the coconuts that, I don't know, that Galapagos tortoises rode. I don't know. Lizard, who knows? Oh. Don't try to steal space from me, Stephen White King. Don't steal space from me.
Don't try to steal space from me, Stephen White King.
Hey, Damo.
Space from me.
This happened to Melissa earlier, too. Yes. I came from a long line. Very religious people.
Hey, Damo.
Let there be light. I'm an ordained minister of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Rama. I'm also the first begotten son of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. S-U-N. First begot. We are the first begotten son of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. We and you and he make up the unholy Trinity. We are the triune Godhead. We are God here. The noodle runs through us. Hey, Damo. Worship the noodle. Ramen. Ramen. Are you gonna evangelize here, Donna? Where's my fan sign? Where's my fan sign? I don't believe you're real. Are you God, Donna? Because I don't think you're real. Nanu, Nanu. Ramen. This D is real. That's my king. Laura's loving on the peen. Pinocchio's real. He's a real boy. No, I don't. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really want to get into it, I guess. Hey, Dave. How goes it? Sounds like terrible advice. I was reading a little bit about Billy Graham, and it's like really absent during the civil rights movement. Yeah, he's got. It seemed like an exceptional person to me. Hey, real Casey. Love you. Good for you, real Casey. Don't tease me, Becky. Don't tease me. I do have some ice cream. Sounds yummy, actually.
Don't tease me, Becky. Don't tease me.
What's your taco? Furry tuna taco. Dang it to heck.
What's your taco? Furry tuna taco. Dang it to heck.
That was nice of you, real Casey. Was the person receptive to your help?
That was nice of you, real Casey. Was the person receptive to your help?
Double dog, dang it to heck. Jimmy's back.
Double dog, dang it to heck.
Jimmy crack corn.
Jimmy's back.
No, I think that's appropriate time to call the police.
No, I think that's appropriate time to call the police.
Nah, snitch, Casey. Did the right thing.
Nah, that's good. Did the right thing.
Nice, nice. What kind of venue?
Nice. What kind of venue?
Nice, man. Fudge and black cherry ice cream sounds delish. This is a banana split blizzard, if anybody's wondering. I don't know if I said that already.
Nice. Fudge and black cherry ice cream. Delish. This is a banana split blizzard. If anybody's wondering.
Oh, that's awesome, Krista. Oh, I don't know. I have like no palate. I really like the food I prepare. Really like grilling steak, like a ribeye grilled on a charcoal grill.
I really like the food I prepare. Really like grilling steak, like a ribeye grilled on a charcoal grill.
I don't even know what I like. I don't even know what I like. Dang it to heck, Damo. All right, that was good. It's crashing everybody tonight. What's your favorite thing to cook? What's your favorite thing to cook? Nice, man. 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 Nice man. Nice man. Nice man. Nice man. Nice man. This one. Don't want Damo to feel left out. Who let the dogs out? Krista Watson. Who let the dogs out? Krista Watson. Excuse me. Who let the dogs out? Krista Watson. Throwing Damo off now. So far, I still can. My favorite movie is Rushmore. It's probably my end. This hasn't crashed though. This is keep playing. That's cool, Krista. I didn't really used to like the Asian food very much, but I've over time developed a little bit of a taste for it. It's directed by Wes Anderson. He's my favorite director. It's just like, he's a really cool guy. Directed by Wes Anderson. He's just got such an eye for detail. Can somebody type to Damo if he's still there, like to try logging out and logging back into Facebook? Baba Balooey. Can somebody type to Damo? Dale. Dale. Daylight come and I wanna go home. Dale. Dale. Oh, this is terrible. Dale. Daylight come and me wanna go home. Don't listen to that. Close your ears. Plug your ears. Daylight come and me wanna go home. You come bake one here. Love you, Damo. Good luck in your gig. Probably can't hear that. Come bake one here. Love you, Damo. Good luck in your gig. Thanks, Blaine. Thanks. Thanks, Blaine. Thanks. Oh. Boo boo. This is Robert Cosmos. Hey Robert, how goes it? Chaffee? You're totally welcome, Chris Diet. Totally do it. Oven's right here. You can...
You're totally welcome, Chris Diet. Totally do it.
Oh, it wasn't terrible, Blaine. It wasn't terrible.
Oven's right here. Oh, it wasn't terrible, Blaine. It wasn't terrible.
Long A. Aim low. That's what I should. Agreed. It's a nervous habit.
Aim low. Good. It's a nervous habit.
Aim low, sweet chariot. That's how it goes, right?
Aim low, sweet chariot.
I used to. More Bob Barker's days. Not like, is it Drew Carey still? He didn't die, did he? Dang it to heck.
I used to.
I like the Mountain Climber, Plinko.
He didn't die, did he?
I've never done drag. No, I mean not not like well. I've taken to wearing my wife's panties for this show. Wings are sort of feminine, but
I've taken to wearing my wife's panties for this show.
spay and neuter your pets. Blaine knows what's what. That would be awesome. Obama would be good at that. He'd be really good at that.
That would be awesome.
Oh, that's fun, Blaine. Thank you. Thank you.
Obama would be good at that.
Oh, we could listen to a record. song called Twilight Time by the Three Sons. It's spelled S-U-N-S, the Three Sons. The flip side is Hindustan. Hindustan. Twilight Time by the Three Sons. It's spelled S-U-N-S, the Three Sons. That one came through. That one came through, Tammy. They have to be old 78s, though. Chris, I'm happy to take records, but they have to be the old 78s. Not the 33 long play, not the 33 long play records. Jackie. Figarello, I always kind of forget it wrong. She just sent, she was sending me gifts all week, and then she first bought me this record right here on 33 long play, and I just hung it up as decoration. But then, you know, she really wanted me to have it because it's a volume 2 of the records I already play. I can hear it now. Edward R. Murrow, he's a radio broadcaster, like news broadcaster in the 30s and 40s. It's like his radio broadcast of clippings, like important news events. And this is volume 2, but she bought it for me in 78, so. Oh, yes, yeah. The records, I'm really into those all of a sudden now. It's like, I just want to hear. I've been buying them up at antique stores. 78s. Just 78s. He's right here. This is just to illustrate the example. Like, this is like a standard record you would get, like a 33 long play record where it fits a whole album on one record. And this is the same thing. And to fit on the 78s, to fit the same amount, it takes 5 records. And they're really heavy, thick records. I don't know, but this is. They're really heavy, thick records. This is the volume 2. It's 1945 to 1949. I had volume 1. I had it for 20 years, volume 1, and so this. I was really excited to get this. Oh, that's awesome, Krista. Now I get excited. This is volume 2. It's 1945 to 1949. I had volume 1. I had it for 20 years, volume 1, and so I was really excited to get this. Oh, that's awesome, Krista. Now I get excited. Volume 2 is 1945, 1949. I had volume 1. I had it for 20 years, volume 1, and so I was really excited to get this. Thank you, Osiris.
Another word seems so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or other nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know.
Oh, I wouldn't even know, Chris. I wouldn't even know where to begin. What I do is I've just been lately. What I've been doing is. And you don't have to do this. I mean, to keep me right. But like, lately I've been doing is going to antique stores and just buying up, because they haven't had that many. So I've just been buying up what they've had. I've gotten like lately I've been doing is going to antique stores. Just buying up, because they haven't had that many. Oh wait, are you talking about? I'm not even talking about the records anymore, are you? Yeah, never mind. I saw some cool Merrimack rocks in Merrimack. I like the Merrimack rock. Another Angel. That was here earlier. She does rock where like. I saw some cool Merrimack rocks in Merrimack. So to the T. Peggy Sue got them for me. I don't know where she had them. The cool ones I saw at Merrimack Rocks were like Kool-Aid Man inspired one, and like another one that looked like a blackberry. The cool ones I saw at Merrimack Rocks were like Kool-Aid Man inspired one, and like another one that looked like a blackberry. I'll take a ride, Robert. Come pick me up.
cry and you cry alone. No peace, no peace. Remember that tomorrow is tomorrow. No one we have.
Yes, they send help to strengthen the. Is that a Psalms?
Your smile,
Bible verses? Exciting.
our memories are precious forever. So try
It's just a personal collection, yeah. There's no store.
Don't let the blues make you bad. Someday, we both have a lifetime before. For parties now.
What do you collect, David? Guess what I've actively been collecting lately is records. When I go to antique stores, it's the only thing that seems interesting to me. It feels like it's like brings the past alive, like a few other things. ABBA. Dancing Queen. Classic video game systems. That's fun. That's fun. My first video game system, I guess that's what I used it mostly for, was Commodore 64. A lot of both the like 5-inch floppy disks and hey Heather, and cartridges. Ooh, Bonsai's fun. I'd like a nice 150-year-old maple bonsai tree. That'd be wicked cool. This is Bing Crosby. Things get wicked expensive when they get up. But you need. It takes more than one lifetime. More than one lifetime to really complete a bonsai. I'm not too bad, Heather. How are you? I feel like it feels like something's under my skin here.
More than one lifetime to really complete a bonsai.
Make the whole world shine. Make the whole world shine. There, Ricky. I like to think it. Margaret Thatcher's a good guess. I like to think of it as Pamela Sue Voorhees, Jason's mother, Jason Voorhees' mother. I like to think it. Margaret Thatcher's a good guess. I like to think of it as Pamela Sue Voorhees, Jason's mother, You like the hat, Ricky? Thank you. It was a gift. It was a gift. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Paints the happy little trees. You like the hat, Ricky? Thank you. Just chilling, just chilling. We have like an hour left in the show. Oh, thank you, Heather. The secret of making a bonsai tree is like you gotta cut the taproot, right? You gotta take a baby tree and you cut its main root and it dwarfs it, and so it never grows to be a big tree. Yeah, I'm sad. I am sad. I'm always sad. Oh well. Typical. I don't even know. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. What can you do? What can you do? It's for the best. Like if it's copyrighted, no. Oh. Like, if you're talking about the little stuff. I like the mini fireplace. I like. I like my little breakdancing kit with cardboard, a little mini underwear, finger breakdancing. And a boombox. I don't know. Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Okay, so I get it now. It took me a second. How are you, Mallory Jones? No, I gotta get this disability paperwork in. It's appeal. What's the date today? Oh, I want to give up all the time and just be like,
What's the date today?
dang it, dang.
I want to give up all the time.
Oh my goodness.
What's the date today?
I know.
Sophie, get out of there.
Bad dog, go on. Oh, Natalie, you were going to visit Lucy today, weren't you? What'd I do? What'd I do?
Oh, Natalie, you were going to visit Lucy today, weren't you? What'd I do? What'd I do?
You think, Robert, you knew my mother? What was her name? Oh, Sophie has to go out.
You think, Robert, you knew my mother? What was her name?
Another nap, Chris Wells. It's bad advice. Don't take it. It's not an advice show. I never get advice from me. What's wrong, Sophie?
Another nap, Chris Wells. Bad advice. Don't take it. It's not an advice show.
I let her out again. She had just been out. She was just out 2 seconds ago, though. think she came in too fast because I filled her food dish. She came in too fast because well, then you came to the right place, Chris. I have a white boxer. White boxer.
Shake. 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 Good girl. Good girl.
No, she's back in now. She was just back. Yeah, she probably wants to go for a walk. Maybe tomorrow I'll go for a walk with her. It's starting to warm up. I don't know what the weather's like tomorrow though. Very delicate, you know, though. She's back in now. Hey, wait. Welcome aboard. Hey, Wesley. I live in Madison, Wisconsin. I live in a state of despair. Hey, Wesley. Hey, Griffin. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By Mouth Daily. Pill number 486. Asparagus. Trade lobsters for cheese sounds good. Sounds good. No, I don't like seafood though. By Mouth Daily. Pill number 486. Do you have legal weed in Maine now? Did you say Maine? Or Vermont? No, my brain. like Swiss
Big
cheese.
Swiss cheese sounds good. I don't like
Dang it to heck. What are we talking about? Where's my lighter?
You have Liam Wheat?
Hey, Blaine. Morning, Brittany.
You see me?
I'm in a state of despair. With Blaine. Me and David are besties from long ago. Oh, nice. Yeah. Weed for cheese. Cheese for weed. There we go.
State of despair.
Communion. Communion.
Played. Me and David are besties from long. Oh, nice. Yeah. Weed for cheese. Cheese for weed. There we go.
Was it Laura's mom you knew, Robert, or was it
Communion.
Weed for Jesus? You can call me Jesus if you want. Crucify me. Was it Laura's mom you knew, Robert, or was it Weed for Jesus? You can call me Jesus if you want. Crucify me. Aquarius. Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Show you how to use wood. I'll show you how to use wood, Blaine. Taking it to heck. He was messing with me. But no, my oh.
Aquarius.
Hey, for real.
Show you how to use wood. I'll show you how to use wood, Blade. He was messing with me.
Carl was here earlier. I don't think I've seen Ken yet tonight. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius. Dang it to heck.
Carl was here earlier. I don't think I've seen Ken yet tonight. The dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Oh man, my word.
The age of Aquarius.
Dang it to heck. The lion sleeps tonight.
Oh man, my word.
Me either. I don't know the rest of it either. That's fun, Brittany.
The lion sleeps tonight.
Bulls.
Either, I don't know the rest of it either. That's fun, Brittany. Bulls.
Good night. Good night, Krista. How much time do we have left? What, a half an hour? 35 minutes?
Good night,
Work too hard, David.
How much time do we have left?
Are you a blacksmith?
Half an hour?
Fun job.
25 minutes?
Cool hobby, too.
Work too hard, David. You a blacksmith?
that's fun. That's fun. Train conductor. That's wicked cool. Choo choo. I don't know. I went my hometown, or the village I lived in when I was a kid, North Freedom. There, train museum there. It's broken down now. Hopefully it'll get fixed eventually. But they had a working steam train, a couple working steam trains you could ride. It was cool to see. David likes running trains. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like to run a good train? Choo choo! All aboard! Pan Am, the route of the sloth. That's what sloth used to be my favorite sin. I think since I started doing the show, pride has kind of become my favorite sin. Choo choo, all aboard. And the road of the sloth. Sloth used to be my favorite sin. I think since I started doing the show, pride has kind of become my favorite sin. Sloth on coke. So he's like normal speed. Just chill with him. Smoke pot to relax. Heck. Oh my goodness. That doesn't sound right. So he's like normal speed. Just chill with him. Smoke pot to relax. I don't think a coked out sloth would last very long. Everybody's been having problems with I don't know if I know them all. Gluttony, sloth, I think a coked out sloth would last very long. Wrath, pride. It's wrath. I don't know if I know them all. Gluttony, sloth, wrath, pride, wrath. Like I said, I used to say sloth was my favorite sin and humility was my best quality. Now I think pride is both my best quality and my favorite sin. They say pride cometh before the fall, but I'm all like, at least pride cometh. Lust, there you go. Humility was my best quality. Now I think pride is both my best quality and my favorite sin. They say pride cometh before the fall, but I'm all like, at least pride cometh. At least pride cometh. Osiris wants to dance again. Gluttony. What's in the box? I don't know. 7. What's that movie 7? Nice meeting you too, David. Let's leave with David. Shout out. What's in the box? Good night, David Niles. Nice meeting you too, David. Good night, David Niles. Okay, let's read a book. Let's read a book. Gus was a Mexican ghost. Gus the Ghost lived in a historical museum with Cora the cat, Mouse the mouse, Baby Ghost, and Mr. Frizzle. He was happy there, even though Mr. Frizzle had a terrible temper and shouted. Shouting made Frizzle feel better, so when he didn't shout at least once a day, Gus wondered what was wrong. In summer, many people came to see the spinning wheel, old cradle, grandfather clock, and other antiques. When summer was over, Mr. Frizzle put up a sign, closed until spring. One autumn, after he put up his sign, Mr. Frizzle felt restless. I think I'll go to sunny Mexico this winter, he said. Off he went. At first, Gus liked living quietly with Cora, Mouse, and Baby Ghost, but winter was long and the snow was so deep that not even Mouse could go out. Gus began to miss Frizzle and Frizzle's shouting. Then a picture postcard came, showing beautiful Mexico. Mr. Frizzle wrote, "Wish you were here." Gus studied the pretty picture, and he had an idea. "Frizzle wishes we were there," he told Cora. "We'll go to Mexico and surprise him." He found Mexico on a map. He found the town where Mr. Frizzle was. He put Baby Ghost in a blanket and Cora in a basket. "What about me?" snarled Mouse, who was always unpleasant. Gus told him he could go in the basket with Cora. Mouse made a face and said, "Then I'll stay home." Gus, Baby Ghost, and Cora took an airplane to Mexico City. They took a bus to the town where Mr. Frizzle was staying. When they arrived, the sun was warm and the sky was blue. Flowers were in bloom. "Very nice," said Gus. "Now where's Frizzle?" Cora said, "Meow." So he let her out of her basket. They walked along little streets, past pink and blue and white houses. They saw women carrying babies in rebozos. Gus bought a rebozo for carrying Baby Ghost. He also bought a sombrero. They saw women selling tortillas, and Gus bought one for Cora's lunch. Donuts. They saw women selling flowers, men selling blankets, artists painting pictures, a little donkey delivering water in great big cans. Cora saw lots of cats. They didn't see Frizzle. When it grew dark, they saw fireworks. Then they reached a park filled with boys and girls. The boys were parading one way around the park, so Gus, carrying Baby Ghost, marched along too. The girls paraded the other way, and Cora joined them. Where are you, Sophie? Sophie, get out of there. Hey, Sophie, get out of there. Bad dog. The kids left a bag of cookies behind the couch. Gus kept looking for Frizzle. "We must find a place to sleep," he said. They walked down a street and knocked on a door with a brass knocker. A woman peeked out. "Good evening, Senora," said Gus. "Would you have a room to rent to a ghost?" "Certainly, Senor Yankee Ghost," the Senora said. She led them through a patio filled with flowers, up a winding stair to a room with a balcony and a fine view. She's been out twice. In the morning, Gus said, "We'll find Frizzle today." They walked up and down the streets. They were passing two artists seated at their easels, painting pictures, when suddenly Gus stopped. One of the artists was speaking. Cora, gasped Gus. "That's Frizzle." Frizzle looked so healthy and happy that he hardly knew him. meow, cried Cora joyfully and leaped on Frizzle's lap. Mr. Frizzle couldn't see Gus, as Gus was a ghost. Not dreaming Cora could be in Mexico, he thought she was some strange Mexican cat and pushed her off. As I was saying, he told his friend, Mexico is a fine place. I like painting pictures, too. I think I'll stay here forever. Gus was thunderstruck. He doesn't even know us, he said, and he doesn't want to come home. What would happen if Frizzle didn't go back? A new man might not like ghosts and cats, and Gus shuddered to think what would befall Mouse. It's best he doesn't know that we're here, he decided. I must put some thoughts in his head at once. So in a ghostly way, he told Frizzle, you run a fine museum, don't you forget that. Someone else can run my fine museum, Frizzle told his friend. You're very proud of that museum, Gus shouted in ghostly language. I'm proud of that museum, said Frizzle, but I'm tired of working. I'm going to stay here in the sun and paint pictures. I'll have to scare the fellow out of Mexico, said Gus. When the artists folded their easels and went off, Gus followed with Baby Ghost and Cora. He found that Mr. Frizzle had a room much like theirs. Frizzle put his easel and paints in the picture he was painting in a corner and went out to dinner. Here I go, said Gus. He dropped the picture on the floor. Frizzle came back. He picked up the picture. No harm done, he said. He didn't know Gus had dropped the picture. I don't like to play tricks, but what can I do, said Gus. He moved Mr. Frizzle's easel across the room. He threw his paints on the floor and spilled the water. He scattered the brushes around. The girl who cleans my room is mighty careless, Frizzle muttered. He didn't know Gus had messed things up. Still, Mr. Frizzle was determined to stay in Mexico. It's spring. Time to open the museum, said Gus. How can I get Frizzle back there? I must take drastic steps. So one night, Mr. Frizzle's bed began to shake. Frizzle woke up and rushed out of the room. Are we having an earthquake? He shouted. No, senor, said the people in the house with surprise. My bed was shaking, said Frizzle. Bad dreams, senor, said the people. When Mr. Frizzle went out to paint the next day, he said to his friend, strange things are happening. My easel moves around, my pictures fall down, and last night my bed shook. Gus could see Frizzle was worried. We're getting somewhere now, he whispered to Cora. Stranger things happened to Mr. Frizzle. His easel broke. His pictures danced around the room. His brushes painted the wall. The blankets were pulled off his bed. But Frizzle wanted to stay in Mexico and paint pictures. I wish I'd brought my bang clank equipment, said Gus. What can I get to make a big noise? Aha, I know. He bought some fireworks. If these don't send him home, nothing will, Gus declared. You wait on Frizzle's balcony, Cora. Then he stole into Frizzle's room and set a match to the fireworks in the middle of the floor. Went the fireworks, hitting the ceiling. Bang! Pop, pop, pop! Bang, bang! Firework noises. Frizzle sprang from his bed. The fireworks scared Cora and Baby Ghost. Meow, meow, howled Cora. Wow, wow, screamed Baby Ghost. Frizzle almost died, he was so scared. I've got ghosts in my room. Mexican ghosts, he shouted. I'm going home. He was in such a hurry, didn't even take his easel. Goodbye, said Frizzle to the people and rushed to take a plane. Gus hurried too. He slapped his sombrero on his head. He dumped Cora in her basket, picked up Frizzle's easel and pictures, and snatched up Baby Ghost. They caught a plane before Mr. Frizzle's, and they got home first. About time, snapped Mouse. Coming to the door, Gus tossed his sombrero on the table and set up the easel, which wasn't broken now, with a picture that Mr. Frizzle had painted. He and Cora ran upstairs to get settled. Mr. Frizzle arrived. The sky was blue, the breeze warm, and the flowers were coming up. I believe I'm glad to be home, said Mr. Frizzle. He unlocked the door and went in. Gus and Cora peeked down from the top of the stairs, holding their breath. Mouse muttered. Mr. Frizzle stared in bewilderment at the easel he had left behind. Then on the table he saw a Mexican sombrero. Slowly the truth dawned, and Mr. Frizzle knew he'd been tricked. He could just think of one way for the easel and sombrero to get there. Gus. You confounded ghost, roared Frizzle. Then Gus and Cora hugged each other and laughed until they cried. Frizzle was home. Frizzle was shouting, and all was well again. The end. You confounded
the ghost, Lord Frizzle.
Alright.
Laughed until they cried. Frizzle was home. Frizzle was shouting, and all was well again.
Yeah, this is a sequel, I think, to Gus is a Friendly Ghost. Anybody know Gus is a Friendly Ghost? I'll get out the other one book tomorrow. I think it's in the kids' bedroom. The main character is more mouse in that book. I think the people that live in the house move or are gone for the winter. In that one, I think. And Mouse moves in. And Gus like waits on him hand and foot. If I remember correctly. Makes him cheese soup and cheese this and cheese that. I think my memory is that the mouse is never happy, but he is happy. And he ends up, they're happy together. I'll read you a bedtime story playing. Wade's back. I need to clip her toenails. Thank you. Fireworks were like the sound effects they did in that one, I guess. Becky Heart Bubble. You can just lurk. You can just lurk if whatever makes you feel good, Becky. You can just... Everybody watching Carla's show. More interesting. More interesting. All right, 12 minutes.
Everybody watching Carla's show.
Thank you, Blade. Thank you.
All right, 12 minutes.
It's all good, Wade. It's all good. Heather Brown's still here. Yay. Oh, I love you all. Thank you. 12 minutes, did you say, Eminem? Can order new pills tomorrow. Got the backup pills here left. Tomorrow I can order new ones, but let's see. I think there's like 9 pills or something in here. Gonna back up. And then when the new, I'll have 7 more hopefully. And then keep adding 7. Eventually have a whole bottle extra. I'd like to have like 3 months supply on hand. It'd be nice to have. It'd be nice to have like a year's supply, right? I don't know. I just worry about. I think about the apocalypse, right? Or just the end of civilization. I don't want people to get my meds anymore, and then I die of AIDS. Thank you, Lane. Oh, I just run around in wings and mope. Just thinking, sad sack with wings. Thank you. Thank you. You too, Becky. Paulina's here. All right, all right. Thanks, Eminem. Good night, old friends and new. one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. I think that's in the other room. And also look for Gus, the friendly goose. Good night, everyone. I love you all. What? The pill is Triomec. It's a once-a-day pill containing 3 medications: abacavir, dolutegravir, and the Movadine. I came in just for... You can't get here just in time, Paulina. People often wonder what my show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 485 pills, 485 shows, is it 86? 486, isn't it? After 486 shows, 486 pills, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she now. Hell, I mean heck, this show has it all. I'd like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, and a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, you've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign. Like men did in the days of old, I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. It's a 420 alarm. I changed the minute. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. It's a once-a-day pill. Think of it as a highly effective chemical condom. The pill is Truvada. And, yeah, it prevents HIV. But if you're HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. All right, I love you. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Come back tomorrow, and I'll have more ideas for you, and you'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. Good night, Blaine. Good night, Eminem. Good night, Heather Brown. Good night, Wade. Wade. Oh. You can fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. They say that it's a brave new world. The future is known. It's 1969. All right. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Good night. All right, I love you. I love you. Good night. This is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow, that crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed her at the 8th month, that lay in the house of Jackville. I love you. Good night.